Hello there guys, and welcome back to another live stream. My name's Mike, aka Decimal Punked, and we are in Unity 6.0. The version we're using is 6000.0.58F2. I thought I would start off the very beginning of the stream just to show what's been implemented. There's quite a lot of stuff now. The most important is, well, the most recent addition is this little beauty, which is temporary and kind of placeholder layout, but you get an idea of how the stats will appear. And we've got the ability for the XP bar and pick up the loot. Well, you pick up the coins automatically, they'll get added to your bag. The loot bug was fixed last stream, which was pretty cool. And yeah, so as you level up, you'll increase your character level, and you will unlock points to put into the primary or secondary stats. Now, some of those haven't been implemented. The easiest one to do is the health. That will increase your base health. And with the strength, intelligence and dexterity, strength will affect your damage with melee weapons. Dexterity will be things like crossbows and bows and arrows, as and when I've implemented those. And then we've got, what was the other thing? Intelligence, which will be magic weapons. Perception is going to be with pickpocketing, opening treasure chests, that kind of thing. And the charisma will affect bartering or merchant prices as well as dialogue. So there's a fair bit there. Like I say, some of those haven't been implemented yet. There'll be a fair bit of work to do that. I'll have to design the magic weapons, the bow, the arrows, how they work, program it all in. So there's a fair bit to be done there. And yeah, so it's pretty cool. Really happy with what we've done so far. So the things that I want to do this stream are a couple of small bug fixes. And I want to have the ability, so when you're looking at an item, it will pop up with what that item is. So for example, if you're looking at the bones, you'll look at it and then it will display a little kind of box just to show bones or the gem. And yeah, as you can see, we've just leveled up, so we've got skill points available, or stat points. So let's get on with it. So the first bug fix I wanted to do, well, it's not a bug fix, it's more a design preference, I guess. So at the moment, I'll just show you again actually, sorry. If we kill a skeleton, their health bar remains visible. They're all going off for a party. Yeah, so the health bar remains visible until the corpse disappears. I'll just show you. Whereas I want the health bar to disappear on death. And if we go into our NPCs on the cultists and check their graph, you can see where is it? go. So set active, set inactive. Okay, so what we need, all we need to do is when the skeleton's dead, we'll basically and that should be the fix. So all we're doing there is we're saying when a skeleton dies, hide the health bar. It shouldn't be visible on 0 health. When it's killed, it should disappear. Just like the cultists are set to do. And that works nicely. Remove skeleton's health bar when dead. Let's just check Priest Athelstan Evil. That does have the same. Yeah. So remove skeleton health bar when dead. Okay, one other fix. Now, at the moment, the code for the skeletons. Now, I'm going to change this to 2 because at the moment there's a gap, there's a big distance between the player and the skeleton when they're attacking. And the reason why I had this at 4 was because there was a bit of a knockback effect happening. So if I set this to 1, we know that was on 4. So if I just do 1, I'm going to make a note of 4. So the distance has to be, they're basically going to run into the player. see how they're pushing me? That's why I had to reduce the limit. So if we, that was on 4. So if we up it to 2, I think it's to do with the braking distance. I think there is a setting on the nav mesh agent. I just wanted to fine tune it, and also when the skeleton's in the attacking state, they should be facing the player. Do you see what I mean about the knocking effect? I'm not sure if that's because of the rigid body. I don't think they have a rigid body. There we go. So if I turn on auto braking, we'll see if that makes a difference. So it didn't really seem to make a change there. I'll do it to 2.5 because we basically want them to stop at a point that they don't push the player away, but at a point that they can still hit the player. Let's try 2.5 with the auto braking on, see if that helps. Still doing it. I'm pretty sure that is the rigid body doing that. Okay, I have an idea. I put it to 2. Now this capsule collider if I turn off the capsule collider, that's going to mean we're going to be able to walk through the skeletons. It also means that we shouldn't get that knockback effect. Okay, we're going to go 3.5. It was at 4. I'm pretty sure the issue is the collider hitting my collider. Because 2.5 was a good distance. So that was at 1.1. Let me just see what happens if we remove the strength. Hmm. Oh, it's a bit of a tricky one. I mean, this is really like, it's a tiny bit annoying because it's the knockback. It's the knockback when they just charge into the player. And all these micro adjustments are still kind of doing the same thing. It does need to be 2.5. I'm wondering if I set the acceleration, so the acceleration is at 8. If we turn on the auto braking and then put the acceleration at 5, I think that's the problem, where they're speeding up. It's like that momentum is just knocking the player. It's that sliding. It's like such. It's such an instant. I'm going to see if there's an option to actually stop the agent, because I'm just going to show you that again. It's like they're on ice. Literally Bambi on ice. Now, if they actually stopped instead of doing that sliding nonsense, that would be perfect, because I think the 2.5 distance is a good distance. Right, if I just show you this one here. So let's have a look at the nodes. Right. Let's just see if that makes a difference. So that's setting the velocity to 0, 0, 0. Let's just see if it actually stops them. Oh! Oh, I've done it. Oh my god, I've done it. So we don't get that nonsense. Okay. So now we can find, so that set velocity, perfect. So that actually stops them instead of that ridiculous ice sliding effect. And the reason why I had that such a distance between the player and the skeleton was because of that knockback effect. So now we can fine tune this. So it's probably going to be 1.8 distance. We basically want the skeleton to stop at a distance where their sword swipe can damage the player. Oh, I'm so happy. One simple node. Just the velocity. Nav mesh agent velocity. And the problem is solved. I feel like they can be a tiny bit closer. I'm going to go 1.6. And the moment we move out of that distance, they will still have their normal velocity. Oh, I'm so happy I've fixed that. Okay. So we can tick that off the list. So skeletons. So skeleton attack. Right, so we have fixed that with that beautiful node. Really happy with that. So we don't get the Bambi on ice effect. I'm just wondering if we can go to 1.5 because I did notice a couple of skeletons weren't hitting us, so I'm just going to see if 1.5 is safe. It should be. The fuck? What happened there? Don't know why they're teleporting. Yo, Urbo, welcome to the stream, dude. How are you doing? Just working on some minor bug fixes at the moment before I move on to the loot info and inventory. It's going to be my first time doing an inventory. I've fixed the skeletons combat. You notice the combat's a bit closer now. See that distance? They come at me. The reason why there was such a distance before was because there was this knockback effect happening. And there's basically like the skeletons have the velocity and they don't slow down in time. So what they were doing were they were essentially knocking the player back, and it was just rubbish. But I found a node, nav mesh agent set velocity. So can you see how close they're attacking now? Like, they stop. They immediately stop when they're in range. It's just perfect. Much, much better. And also, when you kill a skeleton, their health bar disappears. That is literally what I'm about to put in so that they rotate to face the player. Because if I just show you at the moment, I don't think I can actually show you, because where I've reduced the distance for the skeleton to stop, it was at 4, but now it's at 1.6. But yeah, if you're within that range, they will basically just attack. Like you see there, like if I stay here, they stay facing that direction. But what we need to happen is we need them, whilst they're in the attacking phase, we need to have them face the player. So to do that, a simple solution. Now what we can do is we can go into the cultist. There we go. And it's that simple. Look at. And that's it. Look at player character. So on trigger stay, so what we can do is if we go into the code, I don't think I have an on update event in here. Oh, I do. So this is on update. So whilst the skeleton's attacking, what we can do is we could just drop that in here. And that should be the fix. That should be it. It's that simple node, look towards. That should do the job. That particular line of code isn't on update, so it's happening every frame. So provided the player is within that 1.6 distance to the skeleton, they should always rotate to face the player. So okay. All right, I know why that's not happening. So basically, you see here, when the skeleton is 1.6 distance to the player, we stop them moving, we say they're attacking, but when the player moves out of that distance, this won't happen. So what we need to do is if we just take this and if we create a custom event and call it face player, and we're gonna get that. So basically what this is gonna do is it's gonna check is the skeleton attacking. If the skeleton is attacking in the attacking animation, it will always look at the player, so it should always rotate between them. So all I need to do is trigger this custom event before here. So that's face player. Activate hitbox. Right, so face the player. Now this is happening on update. Every frame it's checking face the player. Where am I triggering that hunt player? Ah, there we go. Hunt player. Okay. So if the skeleton is attacking, they will face the player. That should work. Right, let's give it a test, shall we? I've got a TV series to recommend to you, Urbo. I don't know if you like sci-fi, but I've been binging an amazing series on Netflix called Future Man. Really, really good. Hilarious as well. There we go. So they are facing the player. There's a weird... Is there an on-trigger stay? I wonder. It's called Future Man on Netflix. I'm wondering if that weird... There's like a staggery... I don't know if you noticed it when I was walking around the skeletons. They were facing to play, turning to face me, but there was like a... It was a weird... It was a weird effect. So I'm just wondering, because that's on start, that's custom event for the XP. This is a custom event. I think I should have an on-trigger stay. I think that might be better. if I get rid of that, face player. Let's see if that works better. I think that'll work better because the trigger, skeleton's trigger, is that big circle. And when the player enters that trigger, we say the player's sighted. So if the player stays in that trigger, then the skeleton, oh, whoops. I would recommend it, dude. Honestly, it's so funny. It's brilliant. It's proper sci-fi. I don't know why I haven't discovered it sooner. I've been pissing myself laughter watching it. It's really well done, and it's quite trippy because it's like time travel. So it's just a brilliant series. Right, so what's happening when we enter the trigger? There we go. There's no glitchiness there. Oh. Oh no! I just noticed when they're dead, they're actually rotating to face us. We need to fix that. So you see that? As we're moving around the skeleton, that's much better. There's no glitch there. Okay, I think, right, okay, 1 second. On update, hunt the player. Okay, I feel we need to plug that just fine-tuning this, because what was happening was, even though we were within the trigger, the skeletons were walking to their target destination whilst they were looking at us. So what we're going to do is we're going to move this. We're going to plug it in here, just after hunt player. So if the skeleton is hunting the player, we'll face to rotate the player. If the player isn't sighted, we won't rotate to face. That should be much better, and this should that should tick another. It's like a minor bug, that it's not game breaking at all. It just, if anything, it refines the combat even better than it was before. So you see that? We're within the distance and he's facing to rotate us, you see that? We're moving within the range, that is perfect. Ah, that, I'm happy with that. I'm so, honestly, if you saw the sliding effect they did before I put in that velocity node, it's so much better. Oh, that's perfect, isn't it? Look, full rotation. That was the right point to slot that node in. Beautiful. I was asking my boys what monster they want me to put in the game next, and they said Goblin. And I said, what about a bandit camp? So, what do you think? What's your vote on the next enemy I should add to the game? Goblin or bandit? Okay, so I feel we can tick that off of the list. It will also be fairly easy to do as well, because goblins are a kind of humanoid shape, so it will be easy to animate and things, whereas when I add things like scorpions or bats or, you know, other things, like, that's going to be a whole new kettle of fish. Right, so right, give me 1 second. Right, so we fixed that rotation then. So that fix was literally that very simple node here, the look at node after the hunt player. So I can add that to the bug fix and remove that from the bugs list. So skeletons now rotate to face the player whilst in combat. Get skeletons to face player during combat, so that one can come off the bug fix list. Get skeletons to face player during combat. Okay. There was another very small fix. You'll notice some of these headstones are the wrong way round. So what I need to do is I just need to, you see how the mound is this side, like this part should be facing that way. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do a 180. Ugh! Oh, sorry. Right, let's just do that. So that's, if I copy that, plus 180 to that. So if I copy that, there we go. Welcome to the stream, Cream. Welcome to the stream, Cream. Love it. Brilliant. Yeah, so we're just fixing these headstones. So that one's the right way. I noticed it as I was playing the other day. I was like, hold on a minute. Some of these tombstones, they're facing the wrong way. So that one's good. That one's the correct way because you can see the nail sticking out. There is a texture. I need to fix that texture. It looks like it's got the signpost texture. So I just need to go in there and I need to go into Blender and just amend the model. But that one's the right way. That one's good. That one's good. That one's good. That one's good. Is that the right way? I feel like that one should be facing the other way. Because the plain bit's at the back. And it's kind of got like a slight indentation. Yeah, that was the wrong way as well. What about this one here? That's plain both sides. That one's good. That one's good. That one's good. That one. That one's plain. That's good. What's the name of the person that works in the graveyard? Not gravekeeper. It's someone that's job is to look after the graveyards. What is that title? Can you think off the top of your head? I have a feeling it begins with M. Oh, it's on the tip of my tongue. I just can't. I can't for the life of me remember what it's called. Oh, that one's good. That one's the right way. That one's the right way. And that one's the right way. Just check these middle ones. So that one's plain both sides. That's facing the wrong way. So get that. And then add 180 to that. Okay, so we've fixed the orientation. All the tombstones are now facing the right way. That was a very easy fix. Graveman. Graveman! I'm going to ask AI. That Graveman doesn't sound right. Welcome to the stream, Zodiac. Thank you for the comment. This is my medieval RPG game that I've been working on. You're new to the stream, so I'll give you a quick run through. Just give me 1 second. Gravedigger? Groundskeeper. Cemetery groundskeeper, caretaker, or gravedigger doesn't sound right. Gravekeeper, yeah. Sorry, 1 second. I'm just sorry guys, what I'm doing is I'm writing notes, because when I upload the next version of this game I need to include new additions. So since I put this on itch, we've now got monster respawn, loot drops, XP bar, character leveling, stats page, and now I've got a list of bug fixes. So I can remove orientation of graveyard headstones. So the comment for that is the graveyard caretaker placed some tombstones the wrong way around. The orientation has been corrected. Okay. So yeah, we've got to fix the texture on the wooden headstone, but I will do that offline. What I might do, maybe tomorrow I might do a modelling stream in Blender and we can model a goblin enemy. My son's requested it as the next enemy. It means I need to also add a new area, because at the moment we've just got Grave Ale, but I need to like design like a little goblin village. So we'd need to create some buildings for that village. The goblins themselves, decide what loot they will drop. So Zodiac, you're new to the stream. Thank you very much for tuning in. What I'm going to do, I'm just going to quickly check this signpost. Ooh. See, that signpost, that's annoying. This signpost has the silver nails. So yeah, that's a minor bug fix. Right, so the game's called Sword and Scourge, Zodiac. This version you're watching me work on now is going to be like 1.1. And yeah, you can download it on itch. I've got a link below to my itch page. So you can go download version 1, give it a play. It's got a quest line. I think I'm pretty happy with it. Wrote all the narrative myself. So we've got a journal here. We've got a stats page. The mini-map, you can zoom in and out with plus and minus on the number pad on the right of the keyboard. If you speak to Dumrick, you'll start the quest line, essentially. And that will update the quest name of the quest and tell you where you need to go. I'm 50-50 on whether or not I want to change the rotation of the minimap. Not sure about that. So yeah, you basically play a sellsword mercenary. At the moment, you can one-hit the skeletons because I've had it like that. I've had it like that for bug testing. Oh, we need to change that. The corpse! The corpse! Oh, fuck me. Let me just fix that. Oh my god. Give me a minute. Right, so... Hold on. Look at the player. So if I go into the cultist code, turn to face the player. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to get this section of code from the cultist, go to the skeleton, and in the code, if I plug in something here, because at the moment, if you die within the if you die within, you saw what was happening. If you killed a skeleton and it died, it would still look at you because the player sighted is on. I mean, to be fair, I don't actually... That will only ever go down there. Hold on. I don't actually need to copy that code in there. What I can do instead is I can... Where we've got the player sighted, because that bit where it faces the player, that only happens provided, like the gateway is this. And the gateway to that is if the player's sighted, so... If we set the object boolean player sighted to off, so when the skeleton dies, in here, set player sighted to off. If it's true, face the player. So what we'll do is we'll just, that should work because just copy that bit there and then move it along. Should be enough room. So that will stop it from rotating in death. And what we'll do, if I just unplug that, we're going to do 2 quick tests. So when we kill one, it will rotate to face us in death. Then what I'll do is I'll reconnect that code. Oh, fudge cake. What I'll do is I'll reconnect that code and check that it stops rotating in death. I need to create some treasure chests for this game. A thieving skill as well, like pickpocketing. Why is he in the air? No, no, no! You're not meant to... What are you doing? Oh, sorry! I'm being a numpty. It's because I unplugged it. I'm being a right numpty. Sorry. There we go. Right, so this is the test. So now when we kill it, it should stay on the floor and not move when it's dead. Perfect. Excellent. Excellent. Fixed. Okay. So that was a nice little plug in there. So this is in the event the skeleton dies. We turn off the boolean for players sighted, which stops this from ever following through and it rotating on death. So that's nice and complete. What I'm going to do, just going to move these down. Okay, nice tidy code, that's what we like. Okay, so is there any more bug fixes? Oh, there was one. My son actually noticed it when he was playing the game. So it's to do with the player heal. You're able to basically heal on full health, and I basically, on the player's health, their global max health is 100, as you can see here. So what we need to do is we need to locate the section of code on the player graph. This section here, guys, this big block is going to be put in a quest manager. This basically just handles all of the it handles just what's displayed in the quest journal. So I can move that across. Right, so we're looking for the heal ability. Okay, so right, what we want to do here is, at the moment, like if I just show you on game start, I can heal on full health, right? And that's because when I first set the game up, I just had health being a float of 1. So what we want to do instead is we want to, because when the player presses R to heal, that's the gateway, and then the next gateway is their health full? If the health is full, nothing happens. If the health isn't full, then we heal. So instead of that float there, what we're going to do is we're going to plug in the global max health into there. So now, this doesn't need adding to the bug fixes either, because obviously we've increased the well, we've added the ability that, well, different health. So I'm pressing R and nothing's happening because we're on full health, which is perfect. So now we're going to go lose some health and then test it. There we go.
YouTube Premium. YouTube Premium.
One sec, guys. YouTube's being a bugger with their adverts again.
YouTube Premium.
Oh, such a pain in the ass. We'll just wait for our health to come back, so I can't heal at the moment. Wait for that to come back. And there we go. That's a little bug, another little bug fix. Okay. So the skeletons face and rotate during combat. The I am so happy I've fixed that gap. I'm so happy I've done that. It just refines the combat even more. It just makes it feel more polished. Okay. I think we can leave the bug fixes part of the stream off now, because I've done 1, 2, 3, 4 bug fixes there. So I think we can move on to the loot info. So if we go on to our prefabs for the loot, we currently have 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 prefabs. Pardon me. These currently drop from the skeletons, and if we just zoom out here, we've got the trigger on there. I just need to check my scripts actually. Oh, also, I've created some thumbnails for the items. So we have the blood ruby, the bones, coin, emerald and topaz. So these are 120 by 120. These were made directly from Blender. I took my models and just did a bird's eye view picture of the items and set it at 120 by 120. So we've got our UI icons, and I've tested the ratio in Photoshop 1920 1080, a 1920 1080 canvas, and I felt like 120 by 120 for a UI inventory icon was a good size, with a 20 pixel gap between each icon, so the grid of the inventory should be quite nice. So at the moment, for the coin stack, this one has a script graph on there, and the naming for it is loot underscore and then whatever the item's going to be. So if we go on the script graph, this basically will display the gold the player has. Okay, so it won't display, it will add the gold. When the player walks into the trigger of the coins, they automatically get picked up, and that value of coins gets added to player gold, and then we just do a debug log so we can actually see that, because at the moment we don't have the inventory, and then we destroy the coins. The other prefabs do not have a script graph yet. So what we're going to do, E is the interact button. So we're going to, what I want to happen is I want the player, so when they're looking at the loot with their mouse, like if they move their mouse and they're looking at the loot, it will kind of pop up with a little rectangle with the name of the loot and then a very short description. So we're going to first get that bit done, and then what else? And then we'll go on to the inventory. So what I need to do in the UI, what was that circle for? I'm going to do a new folder in here, and we're going to call this inventory, and I'm just going to drag my icons in there. I made those. So cool. Okay, so we've got our UI UI icons there. What do I need to do now? So I guess as we've got the coin one there, I haven't done a ray cast or line cast in Unity. I've done it in, I think I've done it in Unreal. Yes, I have done it in Unreal, because on my very first game I made, if you were looking at an object and you pressed left mouse, you could pick up an item. So I mean, to be honest, I could... No, because that's going to be ranged combat. I plan to have... When I implement ranged combat into the game, I was going to have left mouse and right mouse to operate the bow. Same for the magic. So I think I'll stick to E for interacting with loot. E's like the interact option for like picking the pumpkins, chopping the trees and picking the herbs at the moment. So as we've got the script graph for the coins in there, I think it would make sense to test it on there first. So prefab skeleton, prefab projectiles. Okay, so if we just go onto the skeleton health bar, look at constraint, there we go. So we're going to need a look at constraint on the coins. Oh, congratulations, Turbo. That's really cool, dude. What kind of abilities have you implemented? Where did you learn the stuff? Like through YouTube tutorials or any specific learning content? Right, look at constraint. I feel that's going to be the main camera. So, look at constraint, sources. Play follow camera. So, if I go to... needs to be main camera. Tag main camera. So look at constraint. So we need to do a UI element. So if I go onto this, save, we're going to UI. If I go image, oh, let me read. That's quite a lot of comments. Hold on, dude. Oh, that sounds interesting. So what's the purpose of that? Is it part of the game that you're making, or are you just testing different abilities and then going to have a plan of how you can use those features to make you go up and down a mountain? Or sounds like a kind of platform mechanic in a way. Why is that coming up as a canvas item? So that needs to be above the skeleton. Right, so that is all the way there. Why am I in orthographic mode? Where's my coins? So the coins are all the way down there. So that canvas... You would have thought... One second, guys. Sorry, what I'm trying to do... I'm trying to basically see how these skeletons have these health bars with the canvas above, is set above the skeleton. And then it's a child of the skeleton, so it's a little bit annoying. I mean, what I could do is temporarily place that there. Check the canvas. See what I mean? It's all the way up there. We don't want that there. It needs to be... let me just read the comment, dude. I won't be able to watch it whilst I'm streaming, dude, but it does sound pretty cool. That does sound really cool. And good luck with that. It sounds like it does sound a lot of fun. Almost like Elementalists in a way. Right, let me figure out this canvas. I don't know why. I don't want screen space. Surely it would be... How have I done the other one? Canvas, world space. Right. Okay, so it's set to canvas, world space. There we go. Right, got ya. Okay. So... Oh my god. Right, so we get the position... Why don't I just set that to 0, 0, 0? And then do the canvas to... that, and then the scale the Y. That's way too big. 2. Okay, so basically that's going to be the pop-up above the item when you're welcome, Urbo, no problem, dude. That will pop up above the item when you look at it. So if we were to just test this, if we kill a skeleton, any coins should have that little box pop up above it. Okay. So basically that canvas is now beneath the ground. Okay. What am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? So so it spawns. Oh, there we go. Okay. So if the coin lands, if it lands upside down or the other way, the oh my god, the box will basically be upside. It will either be above ground or below ground depending on where the coin lands. So we need to have something to say. We need to have something like, so that's too small, I think. Because we want to have it like if the players, if the player walks over the coins, they pick it up. But you want to have something to say. It's jabbing out. Okay. Right, so I'm thinking of two ways that we could do this. We could have like a loot description box. If the players are in the radius of it, because the coins will automatically get picked up. So I was going to have a sound effect for when the player picks up the coins. It's almost like we need to have a loot info box. So if the player is within a trigger, maybe we don't need one for the coins, because the coins are going to get automatically picked up. So I don't think we're going to need one for that. So well, let's get rid of the canvas on that. So this is the sphere for the coin stack, and that's a trigger. So if we go into the bones, let's do the bones. So what was the radius? So the coin stack. So the coin one, so the coin 0.5. So that's 1. Right, let's go for the bone then. So if we add a script graph, it's tricky, isn't it? Because these items, they rotate in the air because of the way I've got the loot happening. So it's like you want to create a Are we going to have an individual item description for each loot item? But then how are we going to override it so if the object was flipped 180, then that UI is in the ground? I should be able to override it, I think. Right. So the coin script graph, all this has, enter trigger, we collect it. So you want to have something for it's like a raycast. If the player's in the trigger, or if they just enter the trigger or stay in the trigger, then we display that box, I guess. Right, so loot coin stacks. This is going to be called handles loot collection between the player and item. Okay, cool. So save that. Okay. Right, so we've got a script graph on our bone stack. So if we go in here, we're gonna want to add image. I guess what you'd want to do is get the position of the bone and then set, like, so at the moment you want it to kind of be like position, Y position 1. You want it to be above the item. So if we left that at 0, but you always want it to be you want it to be Is active. Wait 1. Is active. Wait 1. Sources. Okay, I remember, I'm pretty sure, look at constraints. I had to do this with something else. Health bar. Health bar. There we go. HP bar camera. Just go to the loot manager. You need to set the constraint within here really, because the loot manager is the one that's creating the object. So set the look at constraint. So that needs to be main camera. That's going to be a little bit tricky, that is, because it was okay to do it on the skeletons graph because the health bar was a child of the skeleton, whereas look at constraints. Follow cam source. Get source, set source. Jesus Christ. Give me one sec, guys. Set the source. This is tricky because the instantiated prefab God damn it. Where are my bones? Sorry guys, this UI works tricky in Unity. Basically two boxes, one with the item name, one with the item description. So, bones. If we had an image on there, So that's a child of that. What we want to do... We want that to scale to the size. So we've got a vertical layout group. If I did a horizontal layout group, I'm wondering if... So Not sure about the brown. I quite like that. So they're both black, but the alpha on the top one is 200. So it's slightly more faded. I quite like that. Then we just need to set the text to Arvo, and then oh my god. What you want to do is that the scale. It's like you want that to be. You want the size of this, the edges, to kind of be. Why does that text look... Sorry guys, this is UI work, it's not the most exciting. Or maybe I don't need the description in there. So if you think about the amount of loot that's potentially going to be in the game. Hmm. Yeah, maybe in the inventory. Welcome to the stream, Eamon. Yeah, I mean, I could have the description in the inventory. So, on mouse hover, it will show the mouse hover would show the name and a description. I just think having the item and description in the UI box in the world, it's just going to be too much information on screen. You've seen the amount of loot that drops from the skeletons, so tooltip description. What's tooltip description? Why is that doing that? Yes, yeah, that's what I was saying about the inventory, just having that when you hover over. Why is that not moving? Maybe it's because I need to have horizontal. Yeah, I think you're right, dude.
With YouTube.
Oh my god, YouTube, don't be a dick. Fuck's sake.
With YouTube.
Fucking so annoying, dude. Oh my god. Bloody YouTube. Right, I need this text to scale. Text is set to center. Just wondering if capitals might look better. No. I'll tell you what, I'm going to go capitals for the item, and then for the description, we could have like... Yeah, I think that'd be better if we just have capitals for the item. So... So when we move that, that's not what we want. I think we do need that vertical. Okay. That's so annoying. Why is that? Why are you not moving with that? UI can be so annoying at times. I need to resize that to the size of the I don't know if the vertical layer group's the right one. See what I mean? It's just child alignments, middle, maybe. Okay, right, I think what I need to do is get rid of that. The child of the group. So not have it on there. Because that, at the moment, that's just a nice... That's just like the back filler. Layout group element component to the child of the group. If I add Text Mesh Pro, group element. So this has So this would be horizontal. Oh my fucking god. There we go. Bloody hell. I don't like that bar is over. Okay, so then, right. Do we want to give it like a little border? Oh, so we're gonna, if we had like a tiny little outline. Problem is we've got this. If I add something else, it's gonna do a weird a weird thing, I think. Oh, Awen, I've refined the combat with the skeletons. Do you remember there was that weird knockback effect when the skeletons would charge into the player and knock them about? I fixed that. So basically, when the skeletons have reached melee distance of the player, I've used the nav mesh agent, set velocity to 0. So instead of doing that sliding thing, they will literally stop on the spot and attack. So it's so much better. It's really annoying because the colour of that, if I wanted that to be an outline, it's affecting the colour of Actually, that's not too bad. Okay. So, on the bone stack, that's the the name. Now, on that we have on the canvas, we've got the look at constraint. So I guess we're going to want to get a component of the bone stack with the name canvas. Frame. So you'd want to get it's basically this is the script graph for the bone. So at the moment, if we test this, what's going to happen is when that spawns, if the item flips upside down, that UI box will be upside down, which is a little bit of an issue. So that would only show provided the player's looking at the loot. So we need to do a raycast, and we need to. Did you see there how the loot? Look at the orientation of it. Oh, it's a funny angle. Oh my god. Yeah, so that bone is upside down, which is why that's not showing the you see the object. So it's like what we need to do is get the position of that and then set the position of the bone. So we basically want to manually control we want to manually control the bones. So we basically get the position and then set the position to... Oh, I'll just show you. Awen, watch this. Watch. You see how it stops? See that? And they now rotate during combat as well, so they follow you. Because do you remember before they would face another direction? Much more refined. really happy with it. Right, so to get those to follow us, as in, right, so the position of that canvas by default is it's 0.5. So first off, let's put that to 0, and then it doesn't matter because the way that's rotated, how am I going to do this? Because basically, even if we know that with the position Y, it's like you need to say if the rotation, because it's taking the rotation of the parent, so you want to get if the rotation is negative, then you want to say if the rotation it's tricky, isn't it? Because it's taking the oh my god, it's taking the rotation of the parent, so I need to override that. And my other concern is this look at constraint, because we need to set the source, and in the skeleton, if we go to the prefab of the skeleton, okay, I've got the main camera source. Scene. Set the source. get the source of the main camera source and then set the source Let's see if that works. So we're getting a scene, we're getting the source on the main camera source scene variable I made. And then we setting the source of the canvas to that. So hopefully when we kill a skeleton and look at the bones should, that UI should move where we're looking. But we only want to show that UI if the player is looking at it. So we need to do a line cast or ray cast. I think it's called line cast in Unity and ray cast in the Unreal Engine. Oh. Okay. Alright, so that is following us, but it's the wrong way around. Interesting. Why is it back to front? Do I need to... I think I need to 180 that. Why is that not? How annoying. We'll just do 180 on that and see if that works. So we can't change the canvas, but we can flip the frame. Let's see if that does the job. How have you been, Awen? You been good? Still doing it. I'm gonna try something. Now that's interesting. I had just set that at 180 rotation. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna see if it makes a difference if I do follow camera source. Sorry to hear that, dude. Pop some paracetamol or lots of water. Lack of sleep or just that time of year, dude? Interesting. Oh, you pillock. Sorry, I've done the wrong. That's what I wanted to do. What's the weather like your side of the world? We had snow the other day. It's pretty much melted now though. Okay, so it doesn't actually Oh, really? Oh, okay. Right, I think the follow camera is the wrong one because that is... I think the main camera was better for that. But why is it inverted? It's back to front. You don't want it back to front. What I've done is I've just put 180 on the text, see if that works. Oh, you little shit. Dude, what the hell? The writing's back to front, which is really annoying. So when I'm looking at it, it's always back to front. Graphic Raycaster. Look at constraint. Let's give it a go, dude. Hello, Lara Croft. Still doing it. I put 180. It's like it's overriding it. Did you rotate it before the offset? I don't think so. Are you on about the text itself? Hey, there we go. I'm sure I put 180, but it said 18. Now the next issue we have to do is, at the moment, these bones, they could either be flipped upside down or because of the way the loop works. As you can see, it flips it lots. Now, if I set the canvas position to 1, so it's above the item, depending on whether the items land upside down, depends whether that UI is going to be visible or not. It looks like they've all landed the right way up, which is a first. Pretty sure they have. So obviously I can lower that down so oh, it almost went under the ground. Did you see that? It almost went underground. You saw the flip there. So what we need to do, because I don't want to change I don't want to change the way the loop. Oh, there we go. Like that landed upside down, so now the writing is the wrong way. I don't want to change the way the loop works. I love how it yeah. So essentially, I think what we're going to have to do is, I don't know if it will let us because it's a child, but we need to basically get the you want to get the location. Ugh. It's like you want to get the location of the bones, and so when the bones landed, it's at that point you want to get the location and set. You want to set the position. That's looking good though. We're getting there. Oh, let me just boil the kettle, dude. Give me 1 second. Let's have a read your comment. Parent holder object. Okay. Right, let me make the coffee, dude, and then we'll look into this. Okay, got a coffee. I mean, if we look at the loot manager, I don't really think I've got any control over that rotation because of the explosion force. See, everything that's attached as a child is taking that rotation. I'm just wondering if there's a way that I can just basically with the if there's a way I could override that, so because when that bone spawns, that's literally parented to it. And this is a prefab, so I don't really want to stick something above the bone stack. It's almost like, I don't know, it's almost like you just, if there's a way we can override it where we say get the location of the bones. If the bones rotation on the I think on the, is it on the X? Yeah. So you want to say if the bone, if the rotation of the bone stack is 0 less than 0 on X or Z, then you set the canvas rotation, I think. I want to try that and just see if that might somehow work. It may not. I just want to try it. Hey Long Arm, welcome to the stream. X, 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 Y, Z. X, Y, Z. How are you doing, Long Arm? You good? Glad you're doing well, dude. I think everyone's doing alright. Owen's got a headache, I think. Not sure if that's going to work. So we're basically saying if the rotation of the bone stack is basically upside down, then we're setting the rotation of the canvas to the right way up. I'm hoping that's going to work. So to test this, we're just going to need to kill a load of skellies and see what happens. Bollocks. Where's that corpse going? What the fuck? What's going on there? What? What the fuck, dude? Where did that bug come from? That's a first. Jesus Christ. Oh. I think it might be because I'm killing them instantly. I think that's why they're doing that. Yeah, I think it did. It was quite funny though. Right, so regardless of that code I put in, it's still... Oh, this is a little bit annoying. Let's have a reread of Owen's comments. When is this game due for school? I'm not at school, I'm at university. I've already submitted it. Everything that I'm doing on this game now is my own further development. So yeah, I completed this. Oh god, I can't remember when. It was mid-December, so it was finished back then. But like I say, I'm actively developing more stuff for it. So yeah, it's done. What I'm working on at the moment is I don't know, I guess version 1.1 maybe? I need to look into it really, because all the developers, you know, when they release games, they have different release numbers and all the rest of it. So I need to, I guess, do a bit of research into that and see how they label the versions and at what stage it jumps up to version 2, you know, because there's bug fixes and new content, but we've added quite a lot into the game since I finished it. So the new version additions so far are monster respawn, loot drops, the XP bar, character leveling, and the stats page. And I've got 4 bug fixes at the moment that have been done. So what I'm trying to do at the moment is just to get this. It's kind of like Awen said, a tooltip. So when you walk over the object, or if you look at it, I'm just wondering. I just wonder if there's a way we could do like a prefab. A prefab of... No. This is really annoying. It's like, I'm just thinking of Diablo 2, like when you kill stuff in there, loot rotates and flips. And then you've got like the description above the item. I mean, that's kind of what I'm doing. It's just really annoying. I mean, if I froze... I'll tell you what, let's try something different. Let me get rid of that nonsense. If we go on the bone stack and on the rigid body, if we freeze the rotation on the X and the Z, that will stop it. If we freeze that rotation, it won't rotate loads and loads and loads. it should just spin on the y-axis. Let's test it. Oh, that worked well. Did you see that, Owen? Watch. Did you see that? Oh no! Why did the skeleton move? There's some funky behaviour going on. Right, so that seemed like a good solution there, Awen. So we rotate in the loop on the, you see on the Y. On the Y-axis. I added on a rotation during combat. What the fuck is going on? Oh my god, bro. Oh my god. Where are you going, mate? Where are you going? Oh my god. I know what's causing that. I think it's the velocity. Oh, that is funny as fuck. That's hilarious. Oh god. It's because of the velocity. Oh my god, dude. This won't happen normally because when you're in the game and they're stopped like that, it's because of the velocity. Like, we're one hitting them at the moment because for testing purposes. So I think what's happening is they're in the running state and the player kills them before they kind of get to do an attack. So it's like a delayed reaction. I guess what we could do to fix that, because that is quite hilarious. Give me 1 second. Set velocity. There we go. Set velocity. So if I set the velocity, yeah. So on here, if the skeleton reaches the player, that distance to the player, we set the velocity. So what I can do, I can actually just do the same for when they're dead. So in their dead section, I can set the velocity. That was hilarious. I need to expand that. Just a minor bug fix. That was really funny. Right, so when it's dead, we set the velocity. I'm wondering if that should be an on update though. I just have a feeling that they might still do it because this is a custom event. It's not an on update. It's not happening every frame. Quirkless. Let's see if that works. So I just need to kill a few more then. And now what I'm gonna do, because I'm not gonna have I don't want to have a text description for the coins. Like, I mean, there we go. We'll wait for a few more to spawn. Yeah, I don't want to have. I don't feel like I want to have something for the coins, like a description for the coins, because I don't know. I just don't feel like it needs it. I mean, depending on the environment. You know, if we have like a desert area, the coins might blend in.
There's more to love. There's more to love.
But for the time being, I think just having it. We can always add. We can always add the. Oh fuck me! He's still doing it. Well, I'm going to keep it on there. I'm keeping the description on there. Each item will have a description. Just at the moment, there could be different bones over the course of the game as I introduce new stuff. So there'll be an item name for each item that's dropped, and then coins at the moment, no name. Just because, you know, areas could get cluttered with on-screen UI, so I'd rather not clutter it too much. But I think that'll be okay for the time being. So I'm going to keep the coin rotation as it is. What I'll do for the rigid body of the gems is I'll do the same, because freezing the X and the Z rotation on the bones means that the item name remains the correct way. We've still got a minor bug with the skeletons. Okay. I'm just looking at the code here. I think what I'll do to fix that that issue with the skeletons moving on death. If that's not true, 5 if that's false, and I walk in that. I guess we could add one on here to say death if they're on death. Because the movement speed's plugged in here. So we could always add a little bit on here. Yes, I am. I'm not going to be doing a new one. I'm going to be making, I think, I'm making 3 games when I'm back to uni, late January. It's so much work with all these games I'm making at uni. So this is my 6th game I've made, and it's the only one that I've actually continued to build past the point I submitted it to university. So I'm going to be actively developing and expanding this game. So no, I've made 6. Yeah, sorry, this is my 6th game I've made, but when I'm back the end of January, I'm going to be making a group game, and then I think 2 other games. So it's going to be pretty full on. It's my 2nd year, so it's going to be intense. I don't know what the games are going to be. I think 2 of them are going to be in the Unreal Engine, so we'll have to wait and see. Let me just quickly implement this fix. How much does what cost? It's like 9,500 tuition fees, I think. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Right, so instead of having that set velocity to 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, in this we have added a section into the movement speed custom event, which is happening every frame that's being called. So we're saying, now I know the title of this says hold position if in attacking animation state. It will hold the position if the skeleton's attacking. If they're running, their speed is set to 5. If they're walking, it's set to 2. If it's not attacking, running or walking, but it's in the death state, we're setting the speed to 0 and we're setting the velocity to 0. So that should fix that weird bug. So we need to kill some skellies just to check that's fixed the ice sliding skellies. And then we can apply the same rotation restriction on the other items. Alright, I need your eyes, guys. Keep your eyes for sliding skellies. They shouldn't slide. Now, I know at the moment these tooltips are... They're basically... well, they're constantly there, but I'm not going to have that. What's going to happen is when the player moves over... If they're in... Whoa! If they're in the trigger box... if they're in the trigger box... and they're looking... and they're looking at the loot, then that will show up. Well, look. Oh, we've got a Michael Jackson skeleton going on there. Any more skellies? Absolute no. Name rings a bell though. It looks like I've fixed the bug. And we've leveled up. Level 2, baby. Now, that UI, it's all placeholder. I will be designing that in Photoshop. As well as the health bar. So... oh god. So it's more, it's just, they're placeholder icons. Like I've got an idea for the abilities as well. Just like a nice little kind of equal sized icons. It will look nice. And what I'll probably do that in Photoshop, and I would live stream that as well, so you can see the process in action. Yeah, I think it's safe to say that bug's eliminated. Quite a lot of loot and no sliding skellies. Okay. Right. So, we go to bone stack. So with the bone stack, when that one spawns, we freeze the rotation. I feel that was a good size, like the description there. Right, so what I need to do is, on the prefabs, on the rigid body, freeze the X and the Z. So, rigid body, freeze rotation, X, Z. X and Z. X and Z. X and Z. So what will happen is they're not going to spin crazily out of control. They will rotate on the Y-axis, which will mean our tooltip or item name will always be the correct way up. It won't flip upside down. At the moment, I'm making a decision not to add the coin amount on the coin drop. I may most likely change that further down the line, but for the time being, I'm just going to keep it as it is. Because the player will automatically pick up the gold coins when they walk over them, and there'll be like a jingle noise when you collect coins, and I may potentially add a little on-screen thing to say plus, I don't know, plus like 200 coins or something, so not only do you get the sound effect feedback, you'll also get a visual. So that's all good. Right, so before I create the canvases for the other items, what I want to do is I basically want that to stay off. So if I turn off the canvas, now we have the canvas as an object, so we want to say right, so the mesh collider makes it solid. The sphere collider is the trigger, so we want to say stay on trigger, stay. And then we want to get this one. Sorry guys, I'm coming down with a cold all of a sudden. I've been fine most of the stream, but the last 15 minutes I seem to be coming down with a cold. Right, so on trigger stay, the trigger being this sphere collider. So when the player is within there, we want to say, is the player looking at the bone? If it is, we'll turn on the canvas. If they're not, we'll turn it off. So where you're looking at the loot, like you could have the option. So when you're in the trigger, you show the item name. When you leave it, it will disappear. I just want to see. Well, to be fair, should I just have it so... I think instead of doing a bloody raycast, linecast nonsense, I could just... yeah, I think I'm overcomplicating it. So when we enter the trigger, we set the canvas visible. When we exit, we hide it. Here we go. Testing time, baby. God. Sorry about the throat, guys. Oh, well, it's quite nice. A dramatic shock. What was? Oh right. Oh, I was just testing the. It was the descriptions. Where the what? Where are you going, mate? I'm over here. Oh man. Oh, sneaky skelly. I'm wondering if I should make the See, now the next challenge is going to be if we're on top of the items and we press E, we don't want to we don't want to be able to pick up the entire lot. So oh my god, was that the blood ruby? Hey, we got a blood ruby. Oh my god, we've got another blood ruby. Orange Jesus. He's blessed us. The blood ruby is a 1% chance to drop, and we just got 2. I'm just wondering if I should increase the radius. Is it quite close to the bones there? You have to get like oh my god. It just feels a little bit too close. I don't know. Maybe it's just me being too picky. Actually, no, I think that's okay. Okay, I quite like that. Alright, let's add in the tips for the other items then. I don't know if I'm going to have time to do the... I wanted to do the inventory, guys. But obviously we've done, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4 bug fixes. And then we fixed the issue with the rotation. Well, the skeletons had that bug that I fixed. We've sorted out the canvas. The canvas took a little while to set up just to get it to look good. I am thinking it's a bit a little bit big. So what I'm going to do reduce that to 0.4 and that was 0.005. Do I like the synth is just the stream music, dude. Do I like the shininess of the ground? Oh, I hadn't actually noticed, Awen. That will be the texture, wouldn't it, of the terrain. That'd be the roughness, wouldn't it? Jesus, do you see that skeleton? He full on did an athletic he full on did an athletic sprint round those grave tombstones there. That was a bit freaky. Right, that's a lot better, isn't it? I've reduced the size of the writing there, so it's a bit lower now. I feel that looks quite nice, doesn't it? If I put that canvas any closer to the item, I feel that's a good size. Why does it feel like they're respawning really quick? I really like that. You were saying about the shininess. I think that's terrain. Material 4. That'll probably be the smoothness, wouldn't it? I think it's that one. Oh, for fuck's sake. Sorry. I don't really want to be in C# messing around with that. And I don't know if there's anything else on here that's using that material. Right, what do I want to do? Let's go into the prefabs. So all of these have the X, Y, Z. Well, Awen, this is something I've been thinking about because I think the next area, I'm going to have to add an area to the game. So the area I'm going to be adding is like a goblin village. My son's requested goblins as the next enemy. So it only feels right to honour their request. So I was thinking about this earlier, the last few days actually, like if I'm going to be adding more areas, it kind of makes sense to work with this terrain that I've already got here. It makes sense to kind of go back into Blender and like model the next section, which will be the Goblin Village. So that's what I was going to do. I was just going to go into Blender and, well, I'd need to design the Goblin Village area and do all the models for it, the enemies, dwellings, stuff like that. And I could basically just work with just the terrain, and then I'd rather not mess with it. I mean, if I'm able to just kind of I mean, what I would do, I'd obviously save and back up this project before I even did what I'm planning on doing, because when I exported this Grey Vale area, I selected the terrain and I placed all of the models within Blender, and then I exported the whole thing as an FBX. But obviously, as you can see on the world assets, all of the individual items I placed are their own models. But what I can do is I can go into the terrain in Blender and just adjust the texture within there and make sure that the reflectiveness of the ground is removed, and just do it that way. But I was thinking, because at the moment for the university project, this area was the narrative, the whole point of it. So what I could do, the gates to the north of Grey Vale are meant to unlock after the quest line, but obviously I didn't need to implement that at this stage. So what I can do is, when it comes to a little bit further down the line, I can unlock this, because this is meant to be, I think it was Snake Mountain Pass, and one of the dialogue mentions a like a mountainous area around here, which is the Dark Lord, Darmoks, like the cultists, where they come from. Yeah, the Goblin Village. I was thinking it might be quite cool as like a little area here at the start. So I could have like an area around here that's just like a big Goblin Village. Yeah, I'm gonna design it, and what I'll do is I'll do it in Photoshop as well. When I planned out all of this area, I sketched it all out in Photoshop, so I would do the same. I'd do a stream where I plan out the Goblin Village, sketch out what I want the characters to look like, and then we would model everything in Blender, and then we bring it into Engine. We get all the animations done, so it'd be really exciting to do that. And we could have like a couple of variants, so you could have like maybe a goblin that shot arrows, a goblin mage, and like a warrior goblin. So it'd be really, really cool actually. And I don't know how big to do them, because goblins aren't, well, they vary in size. Like you've got orcs, you've got goblins, trolls. Goblins I always imagine to be quite small in size, so the hitbox with that hitbox, like that's going to be interesting. But yeah, so goblins will be the next enemy, and then there'll also be stuff like wildlife I'd like to add. So fishing and just loads and loads of stuff I want to add to the game over time. So there's plenty to come, guys. Plenty to come. I forgot what I was doing, because I've gone off on a waffle, a bit of a waffle. Right, so we got the loot. Right, what we need to do is we need to add in the script graph. We basically just need to copy this script, sorry, this code, for the other game objects. And then what we'll probably do is I'll do a stream. What's the date tomorrow? It's Wednesday now. Fallout, new episode of Fallout, guys. Oh my god. Is anyone watching Fallout? Please tell me you are watching the Fallout TV series. It is phenomenal. Yeah, so tomorrow night, or tonight, it's 6:30 in the morning here. I will do another stream and we will sort out the inventory. Yes, Long Arm. Shoot away, my friend. Right, what I'm going to do, I'm going to see if I can just copy that canvas and just paste it on there. Fallout, yes, it's the TV series. Could I model this entire? That's what I've been doing, dude. The entire game, everything that you see. Yeah, that's what I did. I modelled everything you see myself in Blender. There was a lot of hours. I've got a playlist on my YouTube channel. If you click the link below, you'll be able to see all of the videos, and they were numbered They were like a bit of a series or a collection of videos, and it was labelled something like Modelling Medieval RPG. And what I did was I did all of the world assets first, so all of the foliage, the buildings, everything, and then I did the terrain last. And when I did that, I ran it past AI first, and I said, look, should I import my terrain and then import the assets and place the assets within Unity? But I didn't go down that route. What I did instead was I basically modeled the terrain, and then I moved all of my objects to 000 origin, and then I just dragged them from the project in Blender to the terrain in Blender, and I placed everything where I wanted it. And then when that was all done, I just selected everything and exported it as an FBX. And then this is what happens over here on the world. You see where I've got this one called World Terrain. This is the export. So it literally put everything, as you can see, just one big thing. So yeah, I did it all in Unity and it worked perfectly fine for me. Sorry, apologies. I did it all within Blender, and yeah, it was really piece of cake. I keep forgetting what I'm doing. Right, here we go. Right. Image. So this is Blood Ruby. Yes, that's what I did, long arm. Oh, so what you're saying, Awen, is it might have been better to export the models, export the terrain and export the models individually, and then place them within Unity so that it would create different game objects as opposed to multiple. Because like I know I've got a few of the houses that are duplicated. But I mean, the game project, when I uploaded it to itch, it was only like 68 meg. Like, I consider the game quite detailed for what it was. Version 1. I was really surprised at the file size. It's like the smallest project I've made, I think. Let me just have a quick look on itch and see how large the Fish Fest was. Okay, Fish Fest was 37 megabytes, but that's just an idle clicker, so yeah. I take it you're on about N64 console. That's a little bit annoying. I've not played the game, but I find that funny. Right, if I take those off of there temporarily, make that frame. Super detailed game, dude. Right, that brown is from there. Sake. What have I done? Right, I'm going to copy that canvas. place that there. Arc Raiders keeps catching my eye. That looks fun. I've heard about the spiders. Right, I think I'm going to have white as common loot, cyan as uncommon, I'm 38 long arm. I doubt it. You like the music? Sorry, I'm going quiet, guys. I'm in the zone. I think I've got one of the XCOMs in my Steam library, but I've never really played it. It's like turn-based combat, isn't it? Jagged Alliance is another one similar. Okay. So we're going for that colour for uncommon drops. So we're going to have white for common. This cyan type colour for uncommon. So what do we need? We need loot. Right, so we need to add a script machine. Okay, I think that's the blood ruby done. Okay, got 2 more to do, and then we'll slay some skillies and make sure that the loot's displaying the different tooltips. What engine, long arm? Unity or Unreal? Oh, Jesus. I think for me at the moment, Unreal, Unity and Blender is plenty for me to stick to. Like as part of university, we're taught to learn the two kind of major game engines, commercial game engines, so it'd be way too much doing a third program. Right, let's do this. Let's do this, baby. Alright, so just add an image. And 200. Layout element. Image within that. Dark cloud. What, a game to do with weather? What are you on about political stuff? Well, that sounds cool, dude. Town builder combined with dungeon crawling. I've not played many of the Zelda games. I played one on the SNES, I can't remember what it was called. I remember it had a flute. Right, we've got one more gem to do and then we can slay some skellies and test. We can test the drops. Right. Might be that one, yeah. Oh, sorry. I need to. Oh, what the flute's called an ocarina. Nice, nice. Yeah, it's been a while since I played it. This text is likely, the font is likely to change. I'm not a super fan of this font. So What? What? In-game text overlays. What ones are you on about? Okay, I think we're ready to test. I think we're ready to test, guys. Here we go. Bones. Oh, you don't like that, do you, mate? Well, like I say, there's potentially going to be other bone types, so it needs to be in there. Oh, nice. Got an emerald. Why is that? Why is that? Why is the emerald one like? The topaz one looks pretty much center. The emerald's to the side though, what's going on there? Strange. It's above the item. I wonder why that emerald tag was... why did that look off center? Interesting. Yeah, so needs to be a bit more spacing around the words. Yeah, a bit more spacing. So we're just gonna kill some skellies and hope for an emerald. I'm not sure why that emerald, the tag was not above it. That was a bit odd. He did it again. The athletic skeleton. He ran around the mound there. Was that an emerald? I am wondering, I don't know if it's a good idea or not, but I'm just wondering, like, would it be easier for me to create the nameplates in Photoshop? Just very simple, because then I can just drop in the image and I don't have to have all the different layers and settings. Like I can so the UI can be a little bit finicky at times. What are your thoughts on that, guys? So I want to get an emerald drop. I really don't know why it was off center. Do you think? Look, it's done it again. Do you reckon that's because? Do you reckon that's because it looks like the point that's dropped? It's you can see that's not directly above it, but in the prefab it is. You can see like the topaz and the bones. I don't know why that's off center. Can I accidentally delete it? No. Do you not like it? No, it's frozen. All of them are frozen. It's only the Y that rotates. Don't know why that one... I want to get another one to drop just to... It'd be good to see the blood ruby as well. Four out of 10. What's 4 out of 10? I'm playing maximised. I don't know if I can check the inspector whilst I'm in this mode. That one's a little bit better. So that one is to the side. You see that? That one's like to the side. Whereas that one's a bit... You see that? Oh! What is going on with the emerald? So that's to the side. That one is actually above it. Double click the game tab. What the fuck? Let's check the other one. Oh, I don't know. How annoying. They've all got the same settings. Everything is set to the same settings. Yes, it is. Do you see what I mean? That's completely off. No. You see the prefabs there. Strange, isn't it? Because one or two of them don't have that problem. Really strange. The topaz seems fine. Just a random wire rotation. How strange. Really not sure on that. I really don't know why it's doing that. Look at that one. That's pretty much above it. Weird, isn't it? Switch the random rotation. Here. I mean, this is where I'm creating the rotation. I'm just going to the prefabs because look, it's literally it's literally above it. The majority of the emeralds that dropped were off center from from the emerald. No, that's fine, long arm, no problem, dude. Right, if we check the other ones. Topaz, again. Directly above. Blood ruby. Above. Bone stack. Again, above the item. I'm glad you enjoy the streams, Long Arm. I know this stream's been pretty UI intense, but we have done quite a lot of work tonight. We've fixed 4 bugs. We've refined the combat even more, and got the the loot displaying the you know, the information, so it's all good. I'm just slightly puzzled by this. Ah! But the name is a child, like the canvas is a child of the game object, so it's just weird. What's Quaternion Quaternion identity? So if I go into my loot manager, get identity. That's read only though, so we wouldn't be able to. I don't think we can do anything with that, can we? Can you explain what that node is going to do? Because with it being read-only, we're not going to... What? What's that going to do? Okay, alright, well, what I may as well do then, because the problem is if I do this, then everything will probably be the same rotation, wouldn't it? The reason why I did that random range is so that when the loot spawned, it wasn't all in the exact same orientation. Like the strange. It's very strange. I mean, there's one option we have. I don't know how efficient this is in code. Yeah. I don't know how efficient this is in code, because at the moment we display the name in a box above the item. So it's kind of like if we were to have a prefab called like Nameplate, and then when the player enters the collision as per here, we instantiate a nameplate, set the name to the game object name, I mean, that's where you'd be able to get the we would know that it wouldn't be affected by the parent rotation, but you would basically, at the point you enter the trigger, you'd get the location of the object, and then, you know, show the name above the object, and then when you leave the trigger, just destroy the object. So, but that just seems like, I don't know, it just seems really, I don't know, inefficient. Because we've got the UI nameplate, and it works for the other items. For the blood ruby, it's hard to test because that's a 1% drop. But yeah, I'm not sure. Just not sure why it's doing that. Very strange. I mean, it's a minor bug. It's not a big bug. The other, let's just play test it a little bit more, and then I'm going to call the string. Because we have made some good progress. We've got the tooltips in that. Well, call it tooltip. It's basically a nameplate. So it's just weird how some of the emeralds. Oh shit. Sorry, I need to just turn off those canvases. Snowman, is it snowing where you are? Let's slay some skellies. See how the rubies behave. Bastard. It's a weird one. So, tomorrow's stream, that one's slightly off as well. Notice the bones, that's quite centre. That one's ever so slightly off. It's actually a little bit scary, you know how this... Whoa! What the fuck? They're actually a little bit scarier now that face to rotate the player. Weird. Very weird. You see how the bones nameplate as well? Can't explain that. And the prefab is set directly above the object. The only thing that's rotating is the X and the Z. So weird. I genuinely. No. No, one rigid body, mate. You've got the sphere collider, that's the trigger. You've got the rigid body. And then the mesh collider to make it solid. It's weird. What do you think to the efficiency of me instantiating it doesn't seem right to create another game object just for the nameplate. That blood ruby is rare. Very, very peculiar. That's a good... Those two are pretty good. I mean, one option. One option is, I can't remember if you mentioned it earlier. But if we had what am I trying to think? That one's okay. It's just annoying because in the prefab it's directly above it. Right, I think quaternion identity. Okay, yeah, let's do it. So the only problem is it's going to make all the loot appear at the same spot. That's the problem. That's the problem here. I unplug all of that. The loot isn't going to be... It's all going to be the same orientation. And I don't want that. Like the whole graveyard, everything facing the same way. What, just the rotation for the emerald? It's the emerald that seems to be problematic. Right, this is the last little playtest and then I'm going to call the string, so I'm quite tired now. But I will be back later this evening to have a go at making an inventory. But it'll be the first time I've ever done one, so that will be exciting. Right, you gotta pray to RN Jesus. Oh, they're still doing it. You see that? That's... Look at the difference in that one. So that one's to the right, whereas that one's a bit more closer. I mean, to be fair, I don't think it's anything to do. I don't think it's anything to do with the setting the source, you know, where it looks at the camera, where you move around. Bit of a puzzle, that one. Hey, how you went? A bit of a puzzle. So this one is quite offset to the right. That one's a lot closer. Really annoying. I mean, like I say, we've got the. I know the spacing needs to be worked on for the nameplate. Like I say, I'm in two minds. I'm in two minds about. I'm in two minds about creating a nameplate in Photoshop. And just having it as a sprite, because that offset is ridiculous. And it's like, you know, the ones with the topaz, you can see that topaz one's pretty decent. I mean, if we just had a sprite of the nameplate, I genuinely can't explain that. Hold on. What is the one in question? It's that one, isn't it? Puzzled. Well, it should be, you can see here. X and 0. And you remember, this is plugged into everything. I mean, I'm not sure if the relative force I think the explosion force makes it go upwards. And then this force makes it go in one of these directions, but I'm not changing. The only thing I'm swiveling is the Y axis. So no idea, mate. No idea. But I think that is the time to call it. I don't want to go round in circles and get frustrated with it. We have got the nameplates functioning. There's just some weird thing going on there. I'll say there are probably other ways around the nameplate. I just don't think it's sensible to kind of I don't know, just with the nameplates. I feel like, I don't know, if I just had an image, a UI image with, like, I could do that. I could do that in Photoshop. Make sure that the nameplates are like a consistent size. Everything's like, it's just shit doing the UI in Unity. Like in Photoshop, I can make sure it's like equal spacing around the nameplates, the text size, everything's just consistent. Add force. Yeah, I could try that. Okay. So we have done a fair bit tonight. So just quick recap. We've fixed the skeleton's health bar being removed on death. The skeleton attack distance has been fixed, so they now don't slide tackle the player. They will run towards the player, stop and attack, and they also rotate to face the player during combat. And I've fixed the orientation of the tombstones, and we have implemented the nameplates for the loot in the game at the moment. So we didn't get round to doing the inventory. there is something weird going on with the nameplates. I don't know what's causing it. So I will be back tonight. It's 8:15 in the morning here, UK time. So this evening I will be back to have a go at an inventory. Relative. Okay. Relative force. Alright, well I've made a note about trying add force instead of relative, so see if that fixes it. But yeah, so if you want to see more, guys, feel free to tune back in about 14 hours time roughly. I will be back online and we'll have a go at the inventory. I've got the icons. I've made the UI icons for the items already. I did these in Blender. I just went bird's eye view and I made these nice little thumbnails. They're all 120 by 120 in dimensions, pixels. So we've got the items ready for the inventory. I'm not going to be doing the merchant. What I want to do is just kind of get the ability for the player to pick up the loot, destroy the loot on pickup, and then add it to the backpack. And yeah, so it's that'll be fun. Like I say, I've not done an inventory before, so it'll be a fun learning process, I'm sure. But yeah, anyone that's watching that hasn't already, feel free to follow on Twitch if you want to stay up to date and see more game dev streams. Go check out my YouTube for previous streams for Unreal, Unity and Blender, and if you want to play this game version 1.0, you can do that on itch. And yeah, have fun. Thanks for joining me tonight, guys, and thanks for watching, and I will be back later today.